weapon. You raised your gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you had a person inside with a weapon.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you are trained in dealing with that kind of situation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all get training in what's called the use of force continuum.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And that goes from no force at all to deadly force.
Yes, ma'am.
And less lethal is below the deadly force.
Yes, ma'am.
Less lethal can include the super sock that you were talking about, or the rubber pellets, things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
But the deadly force would involve typically your sidearm.
In that case there, it was, typically less lethals are used for, it's another tool for us to address the situation. And for us, even though deadly force would have been authorized in that circumstance, we decided to try to use another means to resolve the situation peacefully and the best we could.
Absolutely. And y'all are trained to go as far down on the continuum as you can, right?
Depending on the situation, yes, ma'am.
You don't want to jump to the most extreme if you don't have to.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when you encountered Miss Daniels, did you see her? Did you see her?
Yes, ma'am.
You had a good visual. Do you remember how far apart you were?
I can't recall the exact footage, but it was a ways distance. I was at the top of the stairwell. You had the apartment with both parties in the entranceway to the apartment, and then she was a little further back, closer in the interior portion of the apartment.
When you were speaking with her, were you still back at the stairwell, or were you closer up to the apartment?
Still back where I was.
Okay, you could see her in the
Correct.
apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you did talk to her.
Attempted to. I did not get a response.
She was very visibly upset.
I did not see any emotion from what I recall. She would
Was
not
she-
communicate back to me.
Okay, so you were talking to her and she did not talk back to you at all?
Correct. We were telling her to put down the firearm, something to that extent, but we weren't getting a response from that.
Were you seeing her at that point behaving in a threatening way to the two people on the ground?
Our priority at that point was to try to detain and secure the situation because we had injured parties.
Right, but my question was, did you see her at that point in time threatening the two people on the ground?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see her at any point, and this obviously is going to depend on where you were standing.
Mhm.
Did you see her at any point putting the gun to her own head, to her own chest, and to her own mouth?
If I recall correctly, at some point in our attempts to communicate with her, she did point the firearm towards herself, but I don't recall exactly if it was the head or the chest area.
Okay. And during that whole period of time, you're trying to talk to her and she's not even
There's no
responding?
response. At one point, I do recall talking with Miss Perry, asking her what the name of the subject was to try to convince her to put down the firearm, but it did not work.
So at some point, y'all determined the best course of action was to utilize that less lethal.
Yes, ma'am.
And once you did that, she was taken into custody?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And paramedics then came to take care of Tabitha and Brodes.
Yes, ma'am.
At any point, did Latasha point the gun at any of the officers?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever see her point the gun at Tabitha or Brodes again?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall the initial attempt to deploy the less lethal not being successful? That the first gun jammed?
I do believe that there was a malfunction with the first one, and that's when we had to call up for a second one.
Somebody had to run down to their car, come back up and...
Somebody, I don't recall exactly who it was, but, because me and the other officers there we stayed where we were because we don't want to lose sight.
And somebody brought up the less lethal, gave it to Jenkins, and Jenkins is the one who deployed the less lethal.
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll redirect, Your Honor.
Right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
call your next witness.
State calls Officer McLean. Sorry.
Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat, sir.
Appreciate it.
Proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. It is Richard Austin McLean, RICHARD, MCCLAIN.
Where are you employed?
Right now, I'm employed with Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
Have you always been employed with them?
No, ma'am.
Where were you previously?
From 2016 to 19, I was employed by the Carterville Police Department.
And how long were you there?
3 years.
And what was the last position you held while there?
Patrolman.
So while you were at the Carterville Police Department, do you recall, I'm gonna take you back to April 4th, 2019. Do you recall responding to an apartment complex that day?
Yes.
Okay, and was that apartment complex on Elkstone Place?
Yes.
And was it in Shelby County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And why did you respond there?
Shots fired call.
Okay. And who else was with you on that day?
Like officer-wise, I'm guessing?
Correct.
You had Dunlap, Draper, Jenkins, DeBaldo, and myself.
Okay. And what happened when you got to that scene?
Myself, Officer Dunlap, and Officer Draper were the first three on scene, I believe, or right around the same time. We all started clearing the bottom floor, at which point we came into contact with the tenant, who advised us that the shots were coming from an upstairs apartment.
And did you ever go upstairs to that upstairs apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what happened once you got there?
As we made our approach upstairs, Officers Dunlap and Draper were in the hallway, and I was on the stairs, and we could see a male black and a female black within the doorway on the floor.
They were on the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you said you were on the stairwell.
Yes.
What happened and what did you see when you were on the stairwell?
I saw Officer Dunlap and Draper and myself. We started giving verbal commands to drop the weapon, at which point it did not happen. I called for a less lethal, at which point the less lethal was brought up. It did misfire twice. I asked for another one, went and got it, at which point that less lethal did work and was successful, at which point we did move in to the apartment.
Okay. So you said that there were verbal commands that happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what point did you see a suspect?
I might have peeked in just to see what was going on and radio to our dispatch and responding officers so everybody knew what was going on.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was the less lethal employed?
As in,
Did they shoot it?
yes.
Okay. Did you see it when it was shot?
Yes, I heard less lethal, and then, of course, boom.
So at that point, did you stay in the stairwell or did you go up to the apartment?
I made entry into the apartment.
And what happened once you got in?
Observed the two victims were on the floor, and our suspect was laying on the floor inside the kitchen, at which point Officer Draper secured the gun from the suspect's hand with his foot, and I made the gun safe. I cleared the gun.
Okay. So you had the gun in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you see when you had the gun in your hand?
There were several rounds in the magazine and not one in the chamber.
So in your experience, when you're looking at these guns, if there is not one chambered, but there's a magazine in the gun, what could that mean?
It could possibly
Objection
mean,
to speculation.
What was the question?
I asked, in his experience, what would it mean if there was one chambered and if there was a magazine in the gun? He's testifying to his experience.
Yeah, I think he can, if he's familiar enough with guns, that foundation could be laid that he could say, if you pulled the trigger, what would happen? But I don't think that he can speculate about why something would be that way.
Just like a proper foundation.
If there was nothing chambered in the gun and there was a magazine in the gun, and if it was fired, what would happen?
it would go boom and a round would go somewhere.
Even though there was not one chambered?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question correctly. If there was not one chambered, the gun would basically click and there would be no explosion or round going through that gun.
I'll pass the witness room.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Officer Mlan. My name is Arthur Horn. How are you?
Doing good, sir.
You might want to fix your collar on your jacket.
Oh, appreciate it.
Okay. So taking you back to April 4, 2019, you get a shots fired call. Were you in your vehicle solo or were you riding with the partner?
I was solo.
Okay. And you get this call and you arrive at the scene at the Meridian Apartments, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you get there, who's there with you?
Officer Dunlap and Draper,
Okay,
when I first arrived.
all right. Did you grab your 12 gauge or did you go straight to the apartment with just your
Pistol.
standard block issue?
Standard Glock issued pistol.
Did the other officers go with their standard weapons or did they go?
Officer Draper had his SWAT issued rifle,
Okay.
and I'm not sure about Officer Dunlap.
Okay,
I
was
do not
Officer
recall.
McLean there at that point?
Was who?
I mean, not Officer McLean, was Officer Jenkins there at that point?
She arrived within a few seconds to a minute right behind, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And you go up the stairs to this apartment. And when you first walk into the apartment, you see a female subject on the ground, correct?
I did not walk into the apartment. I was
Okay.
in the stairway.
Okay, in the stairwell. Could you see the female
Yes, sir.
subject on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could you see the male subject on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could you see Miss Daniels?
No, sir.
Okay. At any point, could you see Miss Daniels?
As I said earlier, I might have peeked in so that I could radio to our dispatch and other officers what was going on.
Okay. So when you peeked in, did you see Miss Daniels?
For maybe a brief second.
Okay. And when you observed Miss Daniels, she never raised a gun at you or any of the other officers?
As far as I can recall, I never saw that.
Okay.
I can say I saw that she had a gun in her hand.
Okay. Did you see her point the gun at herself?
I cannot testify to that. I did not see that.
So you never saw her point the gun at her mouth, her chest, or her head?
No, sir. I cannot testify to that. Did not see it.
At some point, well, let me stop you. You all are trained in the use of deadly force, correct?
Correct.
You've been with the Collierville Police Department, and now you're with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
Right? And it's called the deadly force, use of deadly force continuum,
Mm-hmm.
correct? And
Yes,
there's sort of two extremes. There's the less lethal,
Mm-hmm.
correct, all the way over to deadly force. And you were the one that made the decision to use the less lethal means to try to take Miss Daniels down, correct?
We all decided that.
Okay.
But it is a tool to use other than deadly force.
Okay.
It was an option to have.
Okay. And it was an option, and you guys You called for it. I think you testified earlier,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Mhm.
And were you the one who made the first attempt?
Firing the less
Yes,
lethal?
yes.
No, sir, I was not trained to fire a less lethal.
Who was the first person to make that attempt?
Officer Jenkins.
Okay, and she tried that twice,
Yes, sir.
and it jammed,
Yes, it misfired.
misfired.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at some point, did you run down to get another 12
Yes, sir.
gauge
Yes, sir.
to do the less lethal?
Yes, sir.
And you came back upstairs, and you did it,
No, sir, I gave it to Officer Jenkins.
and
I was-
Officer Jenkins did it?
Yes, sir. I was not trained in less lethal.
Okay, but Officer Jenkins was.
Yes, sir.
How much time elapsed between the first attempt and the second attempt?
As in when we had to change out less lethals,
Correct.
5 seconds maybe.
Okay. And from the time that you got there until the time the less lethal, the second less lethal means was employed, how much time passed?
Can't recall to exactly that.
Okay. 5 minutes?
Possibly less than that.
Okay. And when Officer Jenkins did it the second time, she hit Miss Daniels, correct?
Yes.
She fell to the floor.
Yes.
Did you clear the weapon or did someone else clear the weapon?
I cleared the weapon.
Explain to the jury what clearing the weapon.
Yes, sir. So basically, it means clearing the firearm, which makes it safe. You remove the mag, you pull the slide back, slide lock, and you check to make sure there's no round in the chamber or anything like that.
Okay. And earlier you were asked a question about having a bullet in the chamber
Yes, sir.
versus having them in the magazine.
Yes, sir.
On that particular weapon, you would have to clear the slide to get the bullet into the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were able to take down Miss Daniels, and she was taken into custody after after you cleared the weapon, correct?
She was already down once I cleared the weapon.
Okay. And she was taken into custody.
Yes, sir.
If I can have a minute, young. I'll pass it with you.
All right, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir.
All right, thanks, ma'am.
State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective Chris Roberts.
Your Honor, could we approach briefly before he's called to the stand?
Yes. Ten-minute recess. We're still not ready to discuss the case. But I'm gonna show you excuse for a 10-minute break.
We should read your pads on the chair.
tomorrow, the gentleman from Nashville with the TBI. I don't think I can get him here today, but
Okay.
if I can get through everybody but him, I was afraid that was gonna happen, but hopefully we can get through everybody except the TBI who's coming in from Nashville in the morning, would be my hope.
Okay. Is there anything we need to address before the jury comes in? Get the juries.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have the jury in the courtroom at this time? Watch the step.
You may be seated. We're ready to get back started. State you may call your next witness.
Detective Chris Roberts.
Come on with, sir. Stand here, face the judge. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat, sir.
Thank you. Would you state and spell your name, please?
My name is Chris, C-H-R-I-S, last name Roberts, R-O-B-E-R-T-S.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a lieutenant with the Collierville Police Department.
How long have you been at the Collierville Police Department?
Approximately 27 years.
As a lieutenant, kind of tell me what your duties are.
I'm a patrol lieutenant. That means I supervise right now I'm supervising the midnight shift patrol division. We have approximately 14 patrol officers on our shift, and I'm one of the supervisors over that shift.
You have training in firearms?
Yes, sir.
Kind of tell us a little bit about that.
Like I said, I've been a police officer. I've been a police officer over 31 years. During that time, I was a SWAT operator for almost 5 years. I've had training in the use of rifles, shotgun, handguns, less lethal weapons, most weapons that police officers use.
Do you have to qualify every year with a handgun?
Twice a year.
Twice a year with a handgun?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you a little bit about semi-automatic handguns.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
A semi-automatic handgun is a magazine-fed handgun that, according to what kind of caliber bullet that you put inside of it, that you insert the number of rounds that you want inside the magazine, insert the magazine into the handgun, you rack the slide back, and when the slide goes forward, a round is chambered into the gun and it's ready to fire.
And then how do you fire that when it's ready to fire?
Some handguns have safety, some do not. If the handgun does not have a safety, you just pull the trigger. If the handgun does have a safety, you have to take it off safety and put it into the firing mode and just pull the trigger.
And so every time you pull the trigger, what happens?
Another round goes off until the magazine is empty.
And what happens when the magazine is empty?
The slide will lock back, showing that there's no more rounds to be fed into the chamber, so nothing else can be fired.
So if you run out of bullets or fire it till you run out of bullets, there's not a round in the chamber at that point?
No, sir. The slide locks back automatically, and it cannot be fired again.
If the slide is then forward and you insert a magazine full of ammunition into that weapon, will there be one in the chamber?
Yes, sir, there will be.
Okay, I think you misunderstood my question. If the slide is forward,
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, the slide has to be rocked back, and you insert the magazine, then you release the slide goes forward, and that chambers around into the.
so if you insert a magazine without racking the slide, basically, will there be a round in the chamber?
No, there will not.
I want to talk to you a little bit about April 4th of 2019. You already testified you were with the Collierville Police Department. What were your duties at that time?
I was at the rank of detective during that time.
And did you respond to a call on Elkstone Place in Collierville on that day?
Yes, sir, I was the on-call detective that night.
And so do you recall about what time you got the call, what time you got there?
It was around 11 or so. I don't, it was late that night.
Okay. And when you get there, tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, what you observed and kind of what you did to start.
As soon as we got there, myself and Lieutenant Young and two other detectives made the scene. We secured the scene, went over the crime scene, seeing what we were dealing with, including where shell casings were, where a possible weapon that was used was located, where there was any blood splattering. We talked to the officers that first made the scene there. We talked to the firemen that were there to see what happened with them. It was just seeing what the scene was about and then starting our investigation.
So one of the things I think you just said was you kind of take over the scene when you get there?
Yes, the patrol officers release the scene to the detectives and it becomes our scene.
Is one of the things you do is you start identifying and collecting evidence from that scene?
Yes, sir.
And did you do that at that scene on Elkstone?
Yes, sir.
Hand you.
Excuse me, Detective Roberts, if you could speak up so the jury.
I apologize.
And she can record everything.
Okay.
So we just speak up for me.
Can I touch this?
Yes, absolutely. If you can open that up and look at it, and I just want to ask you if you can identify what's in there and how you can identify what it is.
This is the handgun that we collected at that apartment that night. I recognize it from the serial number and the model.
Is there anything else in that box?
There's a magazine with several rounds of ammunition.
How many rounds ammunition?
Appears to be 5.
And you collected all that from the scene on Elkstone?
All the detectives that night, we all worked together to collect it.
After it's collected, is what happens to it then?
We take it back to the police department and seal it in bags and seal it with evidence tape and then place it into the evidence, which is stored.
And that was done with everything in that box?
Correct.
Judge, I would ask that be marked as 2? 3?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
We can show the gun, magazine, rounds as Exhibit 3.
I'm going to hand you a picture and ask you if you can identify that.
This is the picture of the handgun that we located at the department that night.
Judge, I would ask that be marked Exhibit 4, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
And may I publish that?
Yes, the photo of the gun. Four. Yes, you may publish. Thank you.
And specifically, what is that photo? What was the purpose of taking that photo?
It showed the model, it's a Ruger handgun, and it shows the serial number that is associated with that handgun.
So what is the serial number on there?
It is 455-51219.
And is that number unique to that handgun?
Each handgun has a unique serial number.
So no other handgun in the world has that serial number?
It should not.
He hands you this. I'm gonna ask you to, I don't know if you want gloves, it doesn't matter to me, and don't know if you have anything to open that up, but I wanna ask you to open that up and identify what's on the inside of it.
Thank you. May I open it now, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
You recognize those items?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what they are?
These are the shell casings and a spent round that we've located right inside the apartment.
Can you tell us kind of, shell casings and spent rounds, what does that mean?
A shell casing is what's left over when a bullet goes out the chamber. It contains the gunpowder, and it's ejected from the gun when the gun is fired. And then the spent bullet is actually the metal that actually goes out the end of the barrel, whatever you're shooting at. That's what it'll hit.
So what you're describing to me is something that starts as one piece.
Correct.
It's a casing with a bullet on the end. The casing contains gunpowder in it.
Correct.
You put the entire, you put that into the gun,
You put it into the magazine.
into
Yes,
the
sir.
magazine.
Yes, sir.
And then what happens when you pull the trigger?
The firing pin on the weapon hits the primer on the shell, which ignites the gunpowder inside of the shell, which explodes and shoots the bullet out through the barrel.
So then it separates.
Correct.
And the bullet goes out through the barrel.
Correct.
What happens to the casing that's left in the weapon?
And this type of weapon, it's ejected from the weapon.
Okay. When you say ejected, like, is it shot out like the bullet, or is it something
No,
different?
the bullet will go straight out. The shell casing goes out to the side.
And so when, and how far approximately? I mean, does it go a mile? Does it go feet?
The shell casing or the
Yes.
bullet? Oh, the shell casing, maybe 10 feet, not far.
So if someone fires a weapon in a room 7 times, would you anticipate you would recover 7 shell casings from there if they were using a semi-automatic handgun?
Yes, sir.
Did you recover shell casings from that residence on Elkstone?
Yes, sir, we did.
How many?
7.
And that's those?
Correct. Plus, I believe there is a bullet, one spent copper bullet also.
Okay. And tell me, like, how that would happen.
Whenever the bullet, if it goes into a body and it exits the body, the bullet will be left at the scene.
So it would lose most of its velocity at that point,
Correct.
and you might find that.
Correct.
Would it be unusual not to find all of the bullets that were fired?
Correct. The bullet could be left in the victim. The bullet could be in a wall that we could never recover. The bullet could fly if it hit a window going outside the residence that we may never find again.
So if it went out the door was open and it went out the door,
Very unlikely we would never find that again.
I'm just gonna ask you to put those back in there.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask that be marked next exhibit, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
All right. We show the shell casing and spent round inside the apartment as exhibit 5.
Gonna ask you if you can identify this.
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is that?
This is the evidence that was collected by the ME from Mr. Perry's body.
So the medical examiner
Correct,
during the autopsy.
correct.
Perform an autopsy and collect evidence. The doctor, what does the doctor do with it?
They collect it for us, seal it up, and then turn it over to the police department.
And who went to the medical examiner's office to pick up the evidence that they collected?
I did.
And can you tell by those markings that that's what you picked up after they performed an autopsy on Brodes Perry?
Yes, sir. There was, looks like hair, nail. There's a few other things here besides the bullets.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask that be marked next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
Brenda, will that just be a cumulative evidence from the ME?
That's what I'm going to ask that it be marked as. Yeah.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we'll show this evidence collected by the medical examiner from the victim's body as exhibit 6.
As part of the work you did on this case, Detective, or Lieutenant, I'm sorry, did you submit any items to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what items did you send them?
The items from the ME, I submitted the gun, I submitted the spent shell casings also.
Did you submit the bullet that was recovered as well from the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
So 7 spent shell casings and the bullet from the crime scene, 5 bullets from the ME and the Ruger.
Correct,
All of those were submitted to the TBI.
correct.
And what did you request that the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations do with those items?
I wanted them to see if the bullet matched the weapon that we retrieved from the scene. I wanted to make sure that the shell casings that we retrieved came from the weapon that we retrieved from the scene.
And after they finished did they do the examination?
Yes, sir.
And after they finish their examination, what happens to them? Do you go pick the evidence back up, or?
It can either stay with the TBI until court, or we can go pick it up and put it back into our evidence.
And the items that have previously been marked, those are all the items that you sent to the TBI to be analyzed?
As I recall, yes, sir.
Did you try to determine where and when the Ruger that's been introduced into evidence was purchased and who purchased it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, sir, I was.
And tell us what you found out.
What we did was we submitted the make, model, and serial number to Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms for them to run a trace on the weapon to see when it was purchased and who purchased it.
And who purchased it?
It showed it was purchased by the defendant.
Is the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Can you point her out, please?
She's over here in the white coat and the glasses and the blue shirt.
Judge, for the record, he's indicated Ms. Daniels.
For the record, we'll show the defendant has been identified.
Where did she purchase that?
It was purchased at a sporting goods store in Sherwood, Arkansas.
And were you able to obtain from that store a receipt of where she purchased it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Hand you this. ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a receipt showing that the defendant purchased a Ruger EC9 9mm handgun and a box of 9mm ultra target range ammo and a box of 9mm JHP Elite B Crown ammo.
And that's got a mark at the top. Is that a mark you got when you that you made on it when you obtained that?
Correct. That shows the file number to my case.
Does it show when she made that purchase?
Yes, sir.
And what date did she make that purchase?
April 4th, 2019 at 4:37 p.m.
Does it show the last four of the credit card that she made that purchase with?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what are the last four of that credit card?
7571 to a Visa.
Judge, I'm going to ask that be made next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
We'll show the gun purchase receipt as Exhibit 7.
May I publish that for the jury, please?
Yes.
So is that what you just identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
And the top, Fort Thompson, is that the name of the sporting goods store?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's in Sherwood, Arkansas.
Correct.
Did you go to that store?
Yes, sir, I did.
How long did it take you to get there
It's about a 3-hour drive.
from Collierville?
Yes, sir.
And right under the word receipt, where it says 4/4/19, 4:37 and 07 seconds, that's the date and the time that she purchased that.
Correct.
It's got her name down there, Latoshia Daniels, with an address in Little Rock, Arkansas. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then right under there is RUG EC9S. What 9mm? What does that mean?
That is a Ruger EC9 9mm handgun.
And under the 22990 is a serial number?
Yes, 455-51219. Yes, sir.
And is that the same serial number as the Ruger that was previously entered into Houston evidence?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was Miss Daniels' car found at the scene at Elkstone?
Yes, it was.
Did you get a search warrant for that car?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you search it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Want to hand you something? Can you identify that?
Yes, sir. This is the credit card that I located inside the vehicle when I executed the search warrant.
And what are the last four on that credit card?
7571.
And is that the same last four of the credit card that was used to purchase the handgun that day in Sherwood, Arkansas?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would ask that be made next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll show the credit card marked as Exhibit 8.
When you went to Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood, did you inquire from the owner as to whether they had a video surveillance system in that store?
Yes, sir. The day before, if I may, I contacted the sporting goods store and told them what I was needing, and they sent me 4 still shots from a video of the defendant going in the store and purchasing it. And then several days later, I went to the store and actually got a thumb drive from the store of that video.
I want to play a video for you and ask you if you can identify. And I will say, before I play this, that in an attempt to be more efficient with the court and the jury's time, I've shortened the video and sped it up at certain points.
Okay.
And even put a little writing in there, I think you'll see. But I basically want you to tell me, is this at least portions of the video that you recovered from Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I just made note for the record, although this may not be the appropriate witness for some of this evidence, in the spirit of judicial economy, we are not objecting to any of this being entered through this witness.
All right, thank you.
Detective Roberts, is that the video that you recovered from Jackson Sporting Goods?
Yes, sir, it was.
Because the owner is gonna be here tomorrow, but I'm moving now. I've put the entire video and then the kind of sped up clip both on the thumb drive, and I would ask that they be entered into evidence.
And again, with the same admonishment that we don't have an issue with it going in through this witness, judicial economy, I don't agree with what she meant.
Okay. All right. Exhibit 9 will show the video on the purchase of the gun.
Let me hand you this picture. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is that?
This is the still shot that I received from the sporting goods store. They emailed me the day after I received the ATF filing information about the handgun.
And that, is that taken off the video?
Yes, it is.
Judge, I would ask that be marked next to
No objection.
Will show the still shot of the defendant walking in the store as exhibit 10.
the, may I publish that to the jury?
Yes.
And is that what you just identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
And do you recognize that individual?
That's the defendant.
So you recognize that as being Latoshia Daniels?
Yes, I do.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. I have personally well.
Yes.
Is it Detective Roberts?
I'm a lieutenant now, sir.
Lieutenant Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Roberts. My name is Sergeant Moore. I represent Ms. Daniels, and I just probably have more than a few questions.
I understand.
You were the lead investigator in this case,
Correct.
and with that comes a huge responsibility,
Yes, sir.
correct? When you're a lead investigator in a case, particularly a case like this, you have an array of duties.
Correct.
And the first thing that you do is you get a call, and when you come to a crime scene, you have to secure that scene.
Yeah, usually the patrol officers have already secured the
Okay.
scene.
And once that scene has been secured, you make sure that it's been secured properly,
Correct.
correct? Then do you canvass the area to talk to witnesses, to see if anybody saw anything?
We do our best, yes, sir.
Okay. In this particular case, did you canvass the area or the apartment complex to see if there were any witnesses?
I do not recall if I did. There were two other detectives with me that assisted me with this case, but I do not remember particularly going door to door. There was only one other apartment next to Mrs. Perry's apartment there.
Okay. So the scene you arrived, it's been secured by the other officers, correct?
Correct.
Was Miss Perry or Mr. Perry's body still there, or had they been taken to the hospital?
No, they had already been taken by ambulance.
And Miss Daniels had been taken away as well?
Correct. The Perrys went to the Med, or now Regional 1, and the defendant went to Carville Baptist.
Okay. And so now your job is to secure the scene and collect evidence.
Correct.
And earlier, when Mr. McAlpine was talking to you, you started talking about some of the evidence that you gathered.
Correct.
In a case like this, once you started gathering evidence, you start kind of putting together the pieces to a puzzle.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, you didn't know Miss Daniels, correct?
No,
You didn't know Mr. Perry.
no,
You didn't know Miss Perry.
no,
You didn't know anything about who they were or their prior relationships.
I know nothing about this case.
Okay. So you come to the scene and you secure it.
Correct.
You start gathering and collecting evidence. And that's important because you have to secure that evidence so that it makes it to this courtroom for trials.
Correct.
And so you did that.
Correct.
Part of your responsibilities and duties as the lead investigator is you secure the scene. We've talked about that. You collect evidence. Mr. McAlpin has gone through what you secured, and you make sure that it gets to the appropriate parties.
Correct.
In this particular case, you sent the shell casings to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation,
Correct.
and you made sure that they got that and received it
Correct.
so that they could test it
Correct.
and make sure that it was fired from that weapon.
Correct.
Early on in your investigation, it was pretty obvious to you that this was Ms. Daniels had shot Mr. Perry. Is that correct?
That's what as we understood.
Okay. And once you went to the sporting goods store in Arkansas, you saw where she had purchased that weapon.
Correct.
Correct? If I can show you what's already been marked as, I think, exhibit number 10. I might be a little challenged. I see it here. This is Miss Daniels entering the sporting goods store, Thompson Sporting Goods Store, correct?
Correct.
And she's only carrying her car keys.
As far as I can tell, yes, sir.
She's not carrying a purse.
I don't see a purse.
And at some point later on in the video, you see her purchase the weapon.
Correct.
And you said that happened at, according to the receipt, at 4:37.
According to the receipt, yes, sir.
Okay. And she leaves the sporting goods store.
Correct.
And-
Yes, sir.
And at some point, based on your investigation, she comes to Memphis
Yes, she does.
and goes downtown. How far is it from Sherwood to downtown Memphis?
2.5, 3 hours.
Okay. Because earlier you testified it was 3 hours to Collierville.
Yes, sir.
So about 2.5 hours would be.
That
correct.
was my best guesstimate, yes.
And
Sir.
then another 30 minutes from downtown Memphis to Collierville.
Yes, sir.
And this all happened, the purchase was at 4:37.
Correct.
correct? And
According to
you,
the business.
and what was the time that you responded?
I said it was
Around-
late. It was maybe 11 o'clock or so.
11:37?
It could have been that, yes, sir.
Okay. And earlier, let's talk about, you testified that you went out to Miss Daniels' car and you retrieved a credit card.
No, that was several days later.
Okay, okay. Several days later, you went to her car and you retrieved a credit card.
Yeah, we towed her car to our secure lot
Okay,
and secured it, and then obtained a search warrant to search it.
okay. And when you got that search warrant, you obtained the credit card,
Yes, sir.
correct? There was no purse in the car, correct?
No, sir.
And there was no purse in the still video
No, sir.
when she was at the sporting goods store?
I don't recall if there was there was a lot of stuff inside that car, but I don't recall a purse.
Now, getting back to your investigation, as this investigation kind of went on, you started to put the pieces to this puzzle together, and information came to you.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that came to you, you got a call from a Chriselle Marshall,
Yes.
and Ms. Marshall told you about some videos that she was privy to on, was it an app called Marco Polo?
A social.
Social
Yeah,
media app called Marco Polo.
correct.
And she, after you and her conversed for a while, she told you she knew Brodes Perry, correct?
Correct.
And that they had met through this app.
Yes, I don't believe she ever physically met him. I believe it was just through the app only.
Okay. And at some point, she sent you some videos,
Correct.
and you secured those videos.
Correct.
You watched them,
Correct.
and you turned those over to the state of Tennessee.
I put them on CD, and then I submitted them to evidence.
Okay. If I can approach you,
Yes.
I'm gonna hand you a thumb drive.
Thank you.
You recognize that?
This is the thumb drive y'all showed me earlier.
Okay. And on that thumb drive were those videos, or some of the videos from Marco Polo.
Yeah, there were quite a few that I viewed.
And you, all of those weren't played in court, but there were about 30 videos on Marco Polo that were provided to you.
Yes, sir. Plus or minus. I don't remember exactly how many, but there are quite a few.
Okay. And you reviewed all of them?
Yes, as I recall. Yes, sir.
At some point, you also, let's talk about Tabitha Perry. You also interviewed Tabitha Perry, is that correct?
Myself and Detective Sherky did.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to her the night of the incident on
No,
April 4th?
No, she went straight to the med.
Okay. She came in and saw you the next day? Is that
Correct. I believe I talked to her on the telephone first, and then she came in.
Okay. And she came in, was she alone or was she with
No,
them?
she was with family members.
Okay. Did she have two other people with her, pastors?
It could have been. I know she had other support staff with her, or support people with her.
Okay. Was Pastor Pointer one of the people?
It could have been. I'm sorry, I do not recall who all was with her.
Okay. And at some point you talked to her,
Correct.
and she didn't know, at this time, you didn't have any information about these Marco Polo videos.
At that time, no.
Okay.
did not.
But she was very surprised or didn't know anything about a relationship between Miss Daniels or Mr. Perry.
Correct.
Okay. You interviewed her about how she invited Miss Daniels over. Invited her into the apartment.
Correct.
She talked to you about how they caught up,
Correct.
and then at some point, how Mr. Perry arrived.
Correct.
They talked for a while,
Yes.
and then at some
Judge,
point,
It's hearsay. I don't know.
I'm not getting to what was talked about.
What-
All right, can we approach?
need to go back and make that, I think exhibit number 9, the flash drive of those videos.
Any objection from the state?
No, ma'am.
All right, we'll show that, the thumb drive, videos, as exhibit 11. All right, you can continue.
Now, again, Lieutenant Roberts, what I'm asking you were things that you learned through your investigation.
Yes, sir, it
correct?
was.
And you learned that at some point Mr. Perry came home,
Correct,
and that at some point a shooting occurred,
correct.
correct? You didn't know any of the history or background between Mr. Perry and Ms. Daniels, correct?
Not until later in my investigation.
Okay. But when you were talking to Ms. Perry, interviewing her, you didn't know any of that information?
No, I did not.
And so, and that was very early on in your investigation?
It was like the next day or
Okay.
day after.
How long after you talked to Ms. Perry did you get a call from Ms. Marshall and get those Marco Polo videos? Do you remember?
Within a week.
Okay. Would those have been helpful had you had those prior to your interview?
Yes, it would have been nice to know.
Okay. If I can have a minute. Now, earlier I was asking you about your interview with Tappan, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you and, was Officer Shirky?
Detective Sharkey.
Detective Shirky were present,
Correct.
and you couldn't remember who was in the interview room with
No,
Tabitha Perry?
No, I do not recall.
John and I approached the witness.
Yes.
I'm gonna show you
Okay.
a transcript of
Sure.
that. You wanna just take a minute?
Sure.
Don't read it out loud, just
Okay.
read it.
Okay. Just this page on it?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, yes, sir.
So just a little bit ago, I asked you about who was present during that interview, and you said you couldn't recall.
That's right.
After reviewing the transcript, was there a Pastor Turner there from
Yes, sir.
Mississippi Boulevard?
Yes,
And a Pastor Pointer from
Yes, sir.
St. Mark's?
yes, sir.
Okay. During the course of your investigation, it also led you to go to Little Rock, is that correct?
I did that all the same day. I went to the gun store and to Little Rock also.
Okay.
They're two close proximity.
Tell the jury where you went to in Little Rock.
There is a cigar store in Little Rock, and there's also a hotel in Little Rock that I went to in part of my investigation into this.
Okay, and when you went to do you remember the name of the cigar bar you went to?
Sons, something in Sons, it's Mr. Effeling's cigar store. It was
David Eflin
that's, yes, sir.
and Gregory, you talked to both of them?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they own a cigar bar in Little Rock, correct?
Correct.
And that was a place that Pastor Perry, Brodes Perry's frequented.
Yes, sir.
And he also had a locker there, correct?
Correct.
And you went and you opened the locker.
Yeah, I had the staff open it for me.
Okay. And you retrieved a weapon from that locker?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Now, going back to your earlier investigation, I'm gonna flip back to when you got to the crime scene and it had been secured and you started gathering and collecting evidence. One of the things that you did is you got Mr. Perry's cell phone,
Correct.
correct? And at some point you tried to open it or get into the cell phone.
I believe we obtained search warrants, but I do not recall us ever getting information. I don't recall ever getting information from the phones.
Correct. You were never able to get any information
No.
out of his cell phone.
No, sir.
His wife didn't have the code to it.
I don't recall that. I just know I don't remember getting information from his phones or one of the defendant's phones.
Okay. Now, also, when you were shown, or you were asked a series of questions by Mr. McAlpin about this weapon, correct?
The Ruger?
Yes.
Yes.
And you were asked questions about how to load bullets, how you put the bullets into the gun, correct?
Correct.
How you use the slide,
Correct.
correct? And one of the questions he asked you was, in order to get the bullet in the chamber, you have to pull the slide back, correct?
Correct, and then release it.
Okay. And when you retrieved that gun, there were bullets in the chamber, but there wasn't one in the slide.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember whether the slide was open or closed?
As I recall, it was made safe, so the slide would have, as I recall, the slide was back.
Okay. But you weren't at the crime, you weren't at the scene of any of this, and you couldn't tell the jury how that gun was at the time of the shooting or shortly thereafter?
No, sir, it was sitting on, I believe it's a coffee table or a table right inside the kitchen area there.
Okay.
It was rendered safe.
Now, part of what you did when you secured the crime scene is you started talking to the other officers that were there,
Correct.
correct? And at some point you found out that Ms. Daniels had been shot with a non-lethal force had been used.
Correct.
Okay. You also found out that she had made attempts to or point a gun at her chest, head, or mouth, correct?
That was the information given to me.
Okay. And in your training, you all are trained as officers to, you have a continuum of deadly force training, correct?
We have a force continuum.
Force continuum.
Yes.
And on one extreme is less lethal force,
Correct.
all the way to the other extreme of deadly force.
Correct.
And it's based on the situation, the officers are trained to use their instinct, their observations, as to what type of force is to be used, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you found out, or you came to know that the least lethal force had been used,
Correct.
that at some point they attempted less lethal force, that the gun had misfired.
I believe they had one shotgun that misfired twice.
Another rifle was obtained.
Another
And
shotgun.
another shot was taken.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going back to your interview with Ms. Perry at the time,
Okay.
Tabitha Perry.
Yes.
You also found out that she had been shot.
Correct.
And you also found out that she didn't believe Ms. Daniels had tried to shoot her.
I don't recall that. I recall Mrs. Perry telling me that she tried to cover her husband to protect him, and that the defendant shot her. I don't recall her saying she didn't think that Ms. Daniels had shot her.
If I can have a minute now.
I don't recall that. have some water? Thank you, ma'am.
While she locates that for me, or did you want to take a minute?
No, I'm fine.
You also learned that during this exchange between Ms. Daniels at the end, right before the shooting, or shortly after the shooting, that she made the statement, "He broke my heart. He broke my heart."
Yes, sir, that was put in my affidavit. Yes, sir.
I can approach the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just take a minute.
Sure.
to review that. I know it's been a while since you,
6 years.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You had a chance, Lieutenant Roberts, to refresh your recollection.
Yes, sir.
And so I'll ask the question again. When you were questioning Ms. Perry, you found out that she didn't believe Ms. Daniels was trying to shoot her, correct?
I believe she was trying to shoot her husband again.
And not her?
Correct.
Correct. I can have a minute. I'll pass with you.
Read on, Rick.
No question.
Oh, you better sit there.
Thank you.
Anybody need a break? Yours? Attorneys in the meeting, right? All right, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Watts.
Report, sir. Stand here. Face the judge. Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may have a seat, sir. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, this is Detective Jonathan, Jonathan, Watts, Watts,
And where are you employed?
with the Collierville Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Collierville Police Department?
just over 20 years.
And what positions have you held?
I started as a patrol officer and now as a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. As a part of your duties, do you take pictures of crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna take you back to April 4th of 2019. Do you recall taking pictures of a crime scene on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that crime scene on Elkstone Place in Collierville?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what happened when you responded there?
I was asked to come help process the crime scene in regards to a shooting scene where 2 individuals had been shot.
When you say process, what does that all entail?
So for me that day was photographing the crime scene. Usually processing will be photographing, collecting evidence, things of that nature.
Okay. And where did you take pictures of?
Took pictures as we entered the apartment complex, the apartment where the incident occurred, and where the suspect's vehicle was in the parking lot.
Okay. I'm gonna pass you some pictures, Detective Watts. If you could just take a look at these.
Yes, ma'am.
And after you look at them, if you could tell us if you recognize those pictures.
Yes, ma'am.
And do those pictures accurately depict the scene at the time you responded?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And are those the pictures that,
Can you speak up?
yes.
All right, thank you.
So do those pictures accurately depict the scene when you responded?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those the pictures that you took of the scene?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Your Honor, if we could have these photos of the crime scene entered as a collective exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll show the photos from the crime scene, collective exhibit 12.
And Your Honor, once they are numbered, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
Detective Watts, could you tell us what is in this photo?
So that is the, identifying the 2 apartments that are upstairs in that apartment complex as you approach the building itself.
And what about this photo?
That would be the stairwell leading up to the 2 apartments upstairs.
Okay. So when you arrived at the apartment, at which apartment complex did you respond to? Was it the one on the right or the left?
So when you go upstairs, it's to the right.
Do you recall what's in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. Those are photographs of the less lethal munitions.
Okay, the 12 gauges?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see right here?
That would be the ends of those less lethal munitions.
Okay. So same evidence, just photographed from a different angle?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And what do we see in this photo?
That would be the entrance to the apartment number 205 where the incident occurred as it was seen on my arrival.
Okay. And do you see this area on the wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what that is?
There's blood.
And this picture right here?
Yes, ma'am. That's from the doorway entering into the apartment complex.
Okay. So just a close-up of the last picture we just saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you see this area behind the door?
Yes,
What is-
ma'am.
What's on the wall right there?
There's blood there.
Okay. And this area that's kind of next to the rug on the right-hand side, do you know what's all in this area?
Yes, ma'am. There was some, like a shoe and some clothing and a lot of blood as well.
And what is this a photo of?
A photo of the handgun where it was laying.
Do you recall what brand of firearm that was?
I believe it was a Ruger handgun.
I believe this photo has already been admitted to evidence. but did you take this photo as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this the same firearm that was found on the coffee table?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And could you read that serial number for us really quick?
Yes, it's 455-51219.
And what is this a picture of?
That's a picture of the magazine with
Is that-
with ammunition in it.
Okay. And was that also on the coffee table next to the Ruger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's shown next to placard 1?
That is a spent shell casing.
Okay. And was that the area that you previously described next to the shoe on the ground?
That was as soon as you enter into the apartment. It was right there. Yes, ma'am.
And what's next to placard 2?
It is another spent shell casing.
Okay. And where is this area? Is this near a wall?
But that was, I believe, behind the door. The open door, if you were to close it, it was behind the door.
Oh, behind the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Placard 3, could you tell us what's shown in this?
That is a mangled round that had been fired.
Okay. Do you know what area of the home this was found in?
I believe that was right in front of the doors on the right there, where that heavy amount of blood was.
Placard 5,
That's a spent shell casing, or a spent round.
okay. And is that a door frame that it's next to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that near the entrance of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Placard 6, what's shown here?
Is another spent shell casing.
And this was inside the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this photograph show?
The suspect vehicle.
And if you could describe to us what kind of vehicle this is?
I believe a Toyota silver in color or sedan.
And what about this?
That is also of the vehicle, just from the different angle.
Okay. Did you execute a search warrant on this vehicle, or did you just take pictures?
I just took pictures of it.
Okay. And so, once you took the photographs of the crime scene and the suspect vehicle, what did you do with them?
With the photos,
Yes.
I submitted them into evidence.
So did you do anything else pertaining to this investigation?
The evidence that was brought back, I photographed that in the lab, and then all the pictures were submitted.
Thanks for joining us. I'm Kevin McNamara. We're going to take you now to the trial of Latoshia Daniels, who is being accused of a 2019 murder. Testimony is ongoing right now. Let's take you there.
Good afternoon. Is it Detective Watts?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Detective Watts. I'm Arthur Horn. I just have a few questions. It may take me a minute. I'm a little challenged with this technology. But you were called to the scene after it had been secured, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And your job was solely to take pictures.
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to any witnesses.
No, sir.
You didn't see anything the night of the shooting.
As far as what occurred in the, no,
Correct.
sir.
You weren't there when officers first arrived.
No, sir.
You didn't interview any witnesses.
No, sir.
You strictly just took photographs.
Yes, sir.
You were just given an exhibit with all of the photographs that you had taken, correct?
It was many of the photographs, not all.
And you took photographs of the entire apartment, correct?
Correct.
I think I got it this time. Here it comes. Can y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
That was actually one of the bedrooms.
Correct.
Was that the guest bedroom?
I'm not sure if it's a guest bedroom. It's a bedroom inside the residence, yes.
Okay. That was one of the photographs you took?
Correct. Yes, sir.
That was the sort of living room area in that apartment, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And right here on the table was the gun that had been cleared.
Correct. Yes, sir.
You photographed it after it had been cleared, but you didn't photograph it after the initial shooting.
Correct.
So you wouldn't have known whether the slide was pulled back or not pulled back.
No, sir. It's photographed in the way it was found when I arrived.
Would that have helped you in any way in your job to know that?
As far as if it was cleared or if it
the
was,
slide had been pulled back or?
I mean, with them telling us it was cleared, it's going to be pulled back and locked out.
Okay. You also photographed another weapon, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as you knew, that was a weapon of the homeowners?
Yes, sir. It was in the other bedroom under the nightstand.
Okay. And that was the weapon you photographed?
Correct. Yes, sir.
This was also another view of that living area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took a photograph of that?
Yes, sir.
This is the doorway. Is that where they came in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you took a photograph of that, and the doorway entered right into the kitchen area, is that correct?
Correct. There's kind of a small hallway straight into the kitchen.
Okay. This would have been another photograph that you took of the living area from just a different angle.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, earlier when you testified about the weapon, is this where it was found?
Yes, sir.
That,
Yes, sir. That
Okay.
other one in the box. Mhm.
and then again, when you all photograph the weapons, you a lot of times try to get the serial number correct.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And in this particular case, you just photographed that it was a Glock 42.
That's just on that side. The serial number would have been either underneath or on the other side.
And then again, these were just the vehicles in the parking lot outside that apartment.
Correct.
So, again, just so we're clear, your job in this particular case was to do nothing other than take photographs.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else was done. You didn't interview any witnesses. You didn't talk to any witnesses. You weren't there that night.
Correct.
And all you can add, other than today, is that you took the photographs.
Yes, sir.
So I can have them.
Enter those.
Oh, excuse me, if I could have you review those. I guess he's reviewed them, Your Honor.
Yes.
If I can move those into evidence.
Any objection?
There's not. I do want to take a look at one of them after their report.
Let me see.
Okay. further questions.
We'll show that it's holistic exhibit, of the photos of the crime scene, number 13, second set of pictures. So, it's the second set of crime scene photos. State.
Just have a couple of more questions.
Yes.
So Detective Watts, I'm gonna go back to this photograph that you took of the other firearm. And you said that it was found underneath the nightstand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as depicted here, it's in a box?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excuse me, Ms. Whitney, if you could speak up.
Yes.
Like you're trying to reach the back of the room.
I'll repeat my question. So the firearm that you previously talked about that was in the bedroom, it was underneath the nightstand, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it was in a box, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the same firearm that was in that box underneath the nightstand?
Yes, ma'am. It is.
Okay. From your view of it, is it loaded?
At that point, I can't tell.
Okay. What are the two items on the right side of the firearm?
Magazines.
Okay, so they are not in the gun.
They are not in the gun.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Recross.
Just briefly, Your Honor. She just showed you a picture of that weapon with the clips on the side.
Yes, sir.
When you got to the scene, you weren't sure whether that gun had been cleared, correct?
The gun on the table?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And the gun under the nightstand?
Had not been cleared.
That had not been cleared?
No, sir.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to show you was, does that refresh your recollection as to the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And was that where that weapon was found, under the nightstand in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have this picture moved into next exhibit.
We'll have the photo of the bedroom in the exhibit 14.
Oh, yes. And no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
Does anyone need a break? I think it's a good time to take a break, so we're gonna take about a 10-minute break, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We'll jump forward and recess for 10 minutes.
We'll stand in brief recess, jury, leave your pen and pad in the chair, and follow me.
We'll take, do you need to address this?
I'm just gonna give everybody an update logistically. The owner of Thompson Sporting Goods Martha's is here. I've contacted Dr. Curry, asked her to be here at 2 o'clock. That's all I'm gonna have. We'll have one witness.
We'll come back in 10 minutes.
Another day of very nice weather underway as we are kicking off this Wednesday. Blue sky and plenty of sunshine over downtown Memphis right now. Just a few of those friendly clouds hanging out up there. Temperature's pretty warm compared to the chilly weather that we have been dealing with. 68, the current report out of Memphis. Winds out of the southwest at about 10 miles an hour. So a little breezy out there. And of course, that is bringing in some warmer air out of the south. High pressure just to our east. That's what's kicking up those southerly winds. But high pressure is also our good weather maker. So if it's nearby, we stay dry, and for the most part, we stay sunny. Hardly a cloud out there today. We'll keep that going through the afternoon. Nothing but blue sky and just a touch warmer than yesterday. We'll end up around 73 degrees for your afternoon high, maybe even 74 in Memphis. Looking like 76 in Forest City and Helena, West Helena, 75 in Wynn, 74 in Holly Springs and Ripley, Mississippi. We'll top out at 75 in Brownsville, 73 in Millington with plenty of sunshine. We'll stay dry and clear tonight. Temperatures fall to around 52 degrees here in Memphis. No chance of rain for the next few days. Still watching Friday, though, for at least a slight chance of a shower or two. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think there's a lot of rain Friday, but there could be a few showers as we start the clock Friday morning, looking nice and dry. But by the afternoon and the evening hours, 5 or 6 o'clock, there could be a few spotty showers, maybe even a rumble of thunder. I actually think most of us miss out on the rain Friday. For most of us, it looks totally dry, but some of you will see a quick shower, maybe even a quick downpour at some point Friday afternoon or Friday evening, but rain chances go back down in time for the weekend. Again, that very slight rain chance Friday is associated with this first cold front that comes in, but the big talker is the second cold front. That gets here Sunday into Monday. That brings in a big blast of cold air. Look at these highs, 70s through Saturday, and then temperatures plummet. Yeah, that's a high temperature of 46 on Monday. Low temperatures Monday morning, below freezing for almost everybody. Could be a hard freeze down in the 20s in parts of West Tennessee and North Mississippi. So some very cold weather on the way. We do have the 70s to enjoy for the next few days. 74 for today and tomorrow. Lows in the 50s. We'll stay sunny through Thursday. A few more clouds Friday. And again, I do have a slight chance of some showers, maybe even a thunderstorm Friday, especially in the evening hours. Most of us will be totally dry Friday, but there will be at least a chance of a pop-up shower or thunderstorm Friday evening. That's with that first cold front. We'll stay warm Saturday, mix of sun and clouds, maybe some morning fog. 74 is the high, and then there's the cool down. Sunday, sunshine and 53 degrees is your high. Looking like a freeze likely, at least for most of us. Sunday night, 20s and 30s. Very cold on Monday with sunshine and a high near 46 degrees. Another freeze, 32 degrees Monday night, and so
ex-witness.
You're gonna call Ray Paladino.
Come on with, sir. Come this way. Come on with me, sir. We'll stand here.
Yes, sir.
Face the judge. Raise your right hand.
You swear affirm to tell the whole truth?
I do.
All right, you may have a seat, sir. Proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. Raymond, Raymond, last name Paladino, Paladino.
You live in Memphis, Mr. Paladino?
I do not.
Where do you live?
I live in Cabot, Arkansas.
What is your occupation?
I am the general manager of Fort Thompson Sporting Goods in Sherwood, Arkansas.
And how far is Sherwood, Arkansas from Memphis, Tennessee?
Depending on Interstate 40, roughly 2.5 hours.
You drove it this morning?
I did, yes, sir.
Thanks for being here for us.
Sure.
Tell me about Fort Thompson Sporting Goods. What kind of store is that?
Well, we do a lot of hunting. We sell a lot of hunting stuff, firearms. We do the shooting sports stuff. No fishing, but mainly just the hunting and the
So hunting
shooting
clothes,
sports.
anything
betcha.
to do with hunting?
You bet you.
Okay.
Firearms, ammo, yeah, everything.
Tell me a little bit about kind of the process you have to do to keep records when you sell a firearm to someone.
So when you sell a firearm, you do a background check. It's called a 4473. That's just a number they give it. We have to keep those sheets in our possession as long as we have that FFL number, which means your federal firearms license number. So we have thousands of them.
So someone would have to provide you some suitable form of identification before they could purchase a firearm from you.
Correct. It has to be a state-issued photo ID.
Do you recall being contacted by Detective Chris Roberts from the Collierville Police Department sometime early April of 2019?
I do, yes,
And
sir.
What was he asking you about?
He was asking when she came in, the firearm she had purchased, did we have video in the store, which we did, and we do. And if he could have copies of that and come pick it up from us.
And so I think you already answered my question. You do have video in the store.
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
Were you able to locate the sale that he was inquiring about?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide him a receipt?
Yes, sir.
That was
Yes.
from that purchase? Did you provide him the video of the individual who purchased the firearm that he was inquiring about?
We did, yes, sir.
Let me hand you, this has previously been marked as Exhibit 7. I just want to ask you if that is the receipt that you in fact gave to Detective Roberts.
That is it.
And so that receipt shows a lot of things, doesn't it?
Correct, yes, sir.
It shows the individual who purchased it.
Correct.
It shows the date and time they purchased it,
It does.
which was what?
That was 4/4/19. The time was 4:37 p.m.
And it shows who purchased it.
Correct.
What was the name of the individual that purchased it?
Latoshia Daniels?
And does it also show anything specific about that handgun?
Well, they'll tell you the model and the serial number on our receipts.
Tell me about a serial number. What is that?
So every firearm has a serial number, and there is never supposed to be a duplicate. So if this is a number, it's that firearm, and it can be traced forever.
I'm going to hand you what's also been previously marked in exhibit and ask you look in that box and
Mhm.
identify that.
That is a Ruger EC9S 9mm.
Can you tell me, with both the receipt and the firearm in your hand, if that is the firearm that was sold by that receipt?
I can. We turn it over here so you don't ever point a firearm. There it is right there. This is it, yes, sir.
So you can confirm based on that information that Latoshia Daniels purchased that firearm on April the 4th of 2019 at 4:37 p.m. from your store in Sherwood, Arkansas?
Correct, 100%.
One more thing I want you to look at. When Detective Roberts initially contacted you, did you take some still shots from your store video surveillance system?
Correct. Our IT gentleman did, Steve.
And is that one of the still shots that you provided to Detective Roberts?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what you're looking at, it's already been published, but that did come from your store at that time.
100%, yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Paladino.
Good afternoon.
Had to make sure.
Yes.
I just have a couple questions
Sure.
for you, okay? This 4473 that you talked about, can you tell me a little bit more about what that is?
So what it is the background check. First of all, you have to have a state picture ID issued. You fill out the background check. We run it through, it's called a NIC system, all right, which is a National Tracing Center background check. And you get proceeded, or you may get delayed, or you may get denied, or what have you. And if you're proceeded, that means you are legally to buy a firearm in our state of Arkansas.
And that means no felony convictions, no domestic violence convictions, things like that?
Correct. There's a number of questions on this sheet that you have to answer yes or no to, and it's very well detailed.
Now, with it being very well detailed and having to go through this process, how long does that process normally take in store?
So it normally takes the customer roughly 7, 8, sometimes a little longer to fill out the sheet. We immediately sit down at the computer and put it in the database. Now, a lot of times you'll see common last names, Smith, Brown, Johnson. You know, it may take a little longer for that to clear
Daniels.
because there's a lot of us, So, but there's some that come back instant. Some may take 10, 15, 20. I've seen it take an hour, hour and a half to come back.
And you didn't actually help Miss Daniels in the store that day, right?
I did not.
So you don't know how long her background check took?
I don't.
But based on what you saw in the video, you see that she got proceeded.
Yes, 100%. Yes, ma'am.
Which means she provided your store a state-issued ID, and she passed a background check.
That's right. Yes, ma'am.
So she was authorized to purchase a firearm.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about your store for just a second, okay? You have a wide variety of firearms.
We do. Yes, ma'am.
You have handguns,
We do.
you have long guns,
We do.
everything from teeny tiny those little itty bitty guns that you see,
Yes.
all the way up to rifles.
Yes. You bet. Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that guns vary widely in size?
Yes, they do.
Is it fair to say that guns vary widely in weight?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that guns vary widely in price?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Guns can be really expensive.
They can get very expensive.
What do you think is the most expensive gun that you have in the store?
Probably now, roughly, and I could be off, but we have a Beretta shotgun in there that's around $6,000.
Whoa. What do you think is the least expensive gun that you have in there?
We have probably a .22 revolver that ranges in the close to 2 upper ones.
Okay, and the .22, that's going to be typically less expensive than a 9mm.
Correct. In most cases, yes, ma'am. Not all, but most.
9mm, what do they usually start around?
Roughly mid-2s, and you can go up to $4,000 or $5,000, depending on if it's a customer.
And when you have them displayed in your store, do you have them up on the wall or do you have them in a case?
But they're on the wall.
Okay, and so you have the gun itself and the price.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So when you're shopping, if you said, I want a gun this much money, you could pick that up on the wall.
Yeah, I may ask, what are you looking for and what kind of price range, and then we can go from there.
Do you recall having that gun in stock? Do you still have it in stock?
That one, I think we still have some. The model's kind of switched up over the years, but yeah.
Do you recall having a purple version of that?
We have had a purple, yes.
And the purple version was more expensive than that one, right?
It maybe was somewhat, yes.
Now the receipt, I want to talk to you about that quickly. I think you've still got it up there.
Mm-hmm.
The time you indicated was at 4:37 p.m.
Correct.
And all of the information that you have on that receipt matches Miss Daniels, right? She didn't give a false ID or anything
No,
like
ma'am.
that. And that's 4:37 p.m. Central Time.
Central Standard Time, yes.
And it took you about 2.5 hours to get down to 201 Poplar today.
Roughly, yes, ma'am.
Okay. About that particular gun, if you would mind opening it up
Sure.
for me. We talked about the fact that guns vary significantly in size and weight.
Correct.
If you wouldn't mind just picking that one up.
Mm-hmm.
That is a smaller handgun, right?
Correct.
It is a lighter handgun.
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Well, your lunch is almost here, so we're gonna take a break for lunch, and then we'll reconvene this afternoon. So I'm gonna show you excuse for lunch. We're still not ready to discuss the case, okay? So, we'll see you back this afternoon. All right, show court in recess.
Court stands in recess. Jury, leave your pens and pads in the chair and follow me.
Your Honor, the jurors are in the courtroom.
You may be seated. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. All right, state you may call your next witness.
Dr. Eric Curry, Your Honor.
Hey, Doctor. You okay with just standing there? Raise your hand.
You swear affirm yourself the whole truth. I do. All right, now have a seat.
What's your step?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you state your name and spell it for the court reporter and the jury, please?
Dr. Erica Curry, ERICACURRY.
And Dr. Curry, are you a licensed medical doctor?
I am.
In what state?
Tennessee, Arkansas, New Mexico, Texas, Illinois previously, and those are the ones I can think of right now.
Okay. And how long have you been a medical doctor?
For going on 14 years. Well, in forensic pathology. I graduated medical school in 2005, 2005, and technically I was a medical doctor then, so if you want to say 20 years, but in forensic pathology, 14 years.
And that was, do you specialize in any particular field of medicine?
Yes, so my first specialization was in pathology, which is commonly known as the study of disease. So we're probably commonly known as the doctors that if you go get something taken out during surgery or biopsy, and they say they send it to the lab for the doctor to look at, that's us as pathologists. So after receiving specialization and board certification in pathology, and then I received certification in forensic pathology, which is basically doing autopsies to determine the cause of death, meaning why somebody died and the manner of death, which we have 5 categories of.
And approximately how many autopsies have you done during your career?
About greater than 2,200.
Have you testified as an expert in courts in Tennessee prior to this?
Yes.
Other states as well?
No, just primarily Tennessee.
Just primarily Tennessee. Do you know how many times approximately?
Greater than 50.
Your Honor, the state moves that Dr. Curry be declared an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
No objection, Your Honor.
We'll declare Dr. Erica Curry as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
On April 5th of 2019, where were you employed?
At the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center, also known as the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office.
And did you perform an autopsy that day on an individual named Brodes Perry?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what an autopsy is, kind of what's involved and what the purpose of an autopsy is?
So if someone is deemed what's called under medical examiner jurisdiction, which is classified as unexpected or violent death, they are brought into the medical examiner's office for an examination, and then whether an inspection of the body or a complete autopsy is determined, whether either one of those is needed. When they come in, they're given a unique identifying number, which is the year, and we start from 1 all the way to the last day of the year at whatever that number is. Then we're examine the deceased person. We examine the outside of the body. We take whatever necessary evidence there is, clothing, fingernail clippings, hair. Then we do x-rays if needed, especially in the case of homicide. And then we document everything we see on the outside of the body, the hair color, the eye color, the weight, the length, any scars, any tattoos, and certainly any injuries. And we document those often on what's called a body diagram, which is just a representation of the human body. So then after we do that, then we examine everything on the inside of the body to document any injuries and look at all the organs and document any injuries we see on the organs and the weight of any natural disease we see on the organ. During that process, we actually take blood and other samples to send off to the toxicology lab to test for substances that were in the body at the time the person died. So then after we make those notes, and then we put together a report documenting everything we found.
And did you give the autopsy that you performed on Brodes Perry a number?
Yes.
And what number was that?
It's 2019-0582.
And did you took photos? I guess you said you would take photos. In this particular autopsy, did you take photos?
Photos were taken by the autopsy assistant that helps you, or technician that helps. Yes.
Can you describe to the jury the injuries that you, if any, that you found when you performed this autopsy on Mr. Perry?
Yes, I'm going to refer to my notes. So, Mr. Perry had a gunshot wound of the head. It entered on the right side of the head. It fractured a bone close by where it entered, and then it also fractured the bone of his right eye, and then it also caused some injuries to the brain, and then it traveled into the mouth where it injured the tongue, and then the bullet went through the left side of his jaw and injured the jawbone. And then the bullet lodged on the left side of his jaw and then created a wound right under or right above where it lodged, which was what I termed a partial exit wound, meaning the bullet didn't go completely out. And then he had 3 gunshot wounds of his abdomen on the right upper portion. Those went into his abdomen or stomach cavity, injured his intestines and his liver, and then it also injured his right adrenal gland, which is a organ, an endocrine organ that sits above the kidney, and then it completely made his right kidney go into 2 halves. Those are the injuries that happened on the abdomen. And then there were 3 bullets recovered associated with those gunshot wounds, 1 in the spine, 1 from the back, and 1 from his left hip. And then he had a gunshot wound that was on his right buttock, and then it went into the soft tissue and most of the right buttock, causing hemorrhage, and then it traveled into his right side of his lower back, where a bullet was recovered from there. And then he had a graze wound, just meaning the bullet went past the skin and didn't go into the body. He had 1 of those on his right upper arm and then 1 on the front of his left wrist.
I'm going to hand you a picture and ask you if you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can.
And is that a photo you took of one of the wounds you just described to the jury?
It was a photo taken at the time of autopsy, not by me, but the autopsy technician, but yes, of the wound of the head.
And does that accurately depict what you observed while taking that autopsy, while performing that autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I would ask that be marked next exhibit, please.
No objection.
We'll show 8-15. There's a photo of a wound of the head.
And may I publish that for the jury, please?
Yes.
So what we're looking at there, you described that as, if I understood your testimony correctly, that was the entrance wound that went all the way across down through his jaw and almost came down the other side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let me hand you another picture and ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, this is a picture of the deceased's face, and you can see that wound on the left side of his jaw where the bullet almost came out, but the bullet is actually underneath it.
Can I make that next exhibit, please, Your Honor?
No objection.
We'll show it as a photo of the wound on the left side of the jaw.
And may I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
And so that's the photograph you just identified, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, you described it as a partial exit wound, meaning the bullet is still there, but the injury that we see is where the bullet almost exited the body. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you.
Yes, this is the picture of the entrance gunshot wound that was on the right buttock.
Judge, I would ask that before next exhibit, please.
No objection.
We'll mark exhibit 17 as the entrance of the wound to the right buttock.
And if I may publish that.
Yes.
And so is this the picture that you just identified, Dr. Curry?
Yes.
And that entered, stayed in the body, and you recovered that bullet from while performing the autopsy?
That's correct.
And you. Can you identify that photo?
Yes, this is a picture of the deceased's right arm and kind of the right side of his chest and abdomen. It's picturing the graze wound, or the wound where the bullet went by the skin and didn't actually go in, of his right upper arm, and you can also see 2 of the gunshot wounds that are on his abdomen.
And may I publish that? No, I want to make that the next exhibit, please, Your Honor.
No objection.
Marks exhibit 18 is a photo of the wounds to the right arm and right part of his chest.
And may I publish that, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I think, Dr. Curry, when that printed, it cut off actually a little bit of that. Is this the photo that you just identified?
With 1 extra wound, yes.
Yeah. So the 3 that we see, the 4, 2, and the one below the 2, are those the 3 wounds that you talked about, the 3 bullets that went into the abdomen?
Yes, should be number 2, 3, and 4, yes.
Okay. And then 6 is one of the 2 graze wounds that you testified about?
That's correct.
So you recovered the bullet from the head, you recovered those 3 from the abdomen?
Yes.
And you recovered the one from the back,
Buttock, yes.
From the buttock.
Yeah, the bullet it came from the back, but it's corresponding to the bullet that entered on the right buttock.
And I have one more photo, which is the, well, I'll let you tell us what it is.
Yes, it's a picture of the graze wound that was on the front of his left wrist, yes.
I'd like to make that the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Show exhibit 19 is a graze wound on the left wrist.
And may I publish that for the jury?
Yes.
And Dr. Curry, is this the photo that you just identified?
Yes.
us what happens when you recover evidence, or in this case particularly bullets, while performing the autopsy?
So they're packaged in a sealed evidence envelope. I initial and date them, and then they're put together with other evidence that we take at the time of autopsy: clothing, fingernail clippings, hair, and any of the other evidence we take. And then they're logged and then placed into our the evidence room at the West Tennessee Regional Forensic Center, and eventually picked up by the investigating police agency.
Hand you, and you don't have to open this. This is still sealed. I'm going to ask you if you can open that and identify the contents of that package.
Yeah, these are the bullets that were recovered from the deceased at the time of the autopsy, and the sealed evidence envelopes still with the seal tag, the date, and my initials.
And there's 5 total of those?
Yes.
Judge, I would ask that those 5 be made collectively an exhibit, the bullets recovered during the autopsy.
Your Honor, I think these have all been already marked as Exhibit 6.
Oh, that may be true.
They are.
Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you. Of those wounds, were any of them or all of them fatal on their own, or was it a combination, or can you testify to that?
So the ones in the head and the abdomen certainly were very significant wounds, in my opinion, that would have led directly to death. The one in the right abdomen, because it mostly just caused hemorrhage, where the trachea went through, wouldn't have been fatal, in my opinion.
And so, based on your expertise and your examination during that autopsy, were you able to form an expert opinion concerning the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And the manner of death?
Homicide, which for forensic terms means death at the hands of another.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Curry.
Good afternoon.
Don't have many questions for you, but I have a couple, okay? First, just kind of going from what you just said, homicide. In your profession, I never say this word, that is an epidemiological assessment, right?
That's correct.
What does that mean?
For once we fill the death certificate and it has the cause and manner of death, it is analyzed in this state, by the state of Tennessee, by the statistics in order to, run the numbers of the different categories of death.
So a category of death could be homicide.
Yes.
Could be suicide.
That's correct.
Could be natural.
That's correct.
Are there any others?
Yes. It is natural, then accident, and then could not be determined or undetermined.
Okay. So when you determine that something is a homicide, that is not an indication of criminal intent, right?
Not from a forensic pathologist standpoint. That's correct.
So when you say homicide, that does not equal premeditated murder?
No.
That equals more than one person was involved?
That equals for us that the death occurred at the hands of another person.
Okay. So nothing about your assessment gives any assessment to Ms. Daniels' mindset?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you about each of the individual shots briefly, okay? And you have your report. You have them labeled A, B, C, D, E.
That's correct.
And you also have numerical designations.
That's correct.
For each, for A, do you have an A1? Is that kind of how that works, that you?
So the numerical is for picture taking purposes and to be able to refer to them in the report. And then the alphabetical is just the way I notate the report is just described from the top of the head to the bottom of the feet. So it's just the ordering system.
And the numbers and letters that you assign to it don't have any bearing on the order in which those injuries occurred.
That's correct.
So on gunshot wound A, that was the gunshot wound to the head.
That's correct.
And 1 would be the entrance wound.
That's correct.
And 2 would be the exit wound.
Well, in this case,
Well-
5 was the exit wound on this one because because of just the way the ordering went with
Okay.
this one.
And so the entrance wound was about here, right?
Yes.
And the exit wound was about here.
Well, yeah, where the bullet almost went out, so we
Right.
call it a partial, but yes.
So when you have these 2 points,
Mhm.
you're able to determine a trajectory.
That's correct.
What is a trajectory?
So just the way the bullet traverses inside or on the body once it enters and then through and exits. So
The trajectory, when you make your trajectory assessments, you base it on anatomical position, right?
yes.
What does that mean?
So just basically it is, and we do this just to standardize the way we notate injuries. Basically it's the representation of the human body with someone standing with their palms facing up. So standing facing you with
So,
yes.
like this?
Yes.
This would be the anatomical position. In reality, when things are actually happening, this is very rarely the position in which people were, right?
We like I said, do that to standardize, but we do realize that when people are injured, that's not all the time the way they are positioned. So yes.
And the trajectory of the bullet is determined by the position of the decedent's body and the position of the person with the gun, right?
Yes.
So if I'm shooting you right here, you're not, and you're looking at me just like this, you would have a gunshot wound right here and it would go pretty straight through your back, right?
Yes.
Whereas if I'm standing on your side, same thing, right?
Yes.
And if you lean over, that's going to change.
That's correct.
If you lean over or back, it's going to give an upward or a downward deviation.
Yes.
Okay. So when we look at gunshot wound A, you noted a trajectory on that of being right to left,
Yes.
and that's indicating his right side to his left side.
That's correct.
Downward,
Yes.
so that, and slightly back to front.
Correct.
So you cannot say that he was standing here like this when that kind of angle is involved,
That's
right?
correct.
Would that kind of angle be consistent with someone falling?
If their head was going downward and the bullet was traversing downward, that, in my opinion, would be consistent with
So if
that.
you had this angle and they're falling,
Well, I would have, you have to tell me the position of the gun, because I'm not certain on the position of the gun. So,
can that kind of downward angle be created by someone falling? Can that be consistent?
it could be.
It could also be consistent with having an upward angle. It just depends on how the body's positioned.
Well, from the trajectory, it's traversing downward, so once again, I would have to know where the gun was in relation to the body to
Yes.
say that. Yes, sir.
Okay, and so one of the things that you also looked at was soot, stippling, and muzzle imprint, right?
That's correct.
And on every one of these gunshot wounds, there was no soot, stippling, or muzzle imprint.
That's correct.
So let's take each of those individually. What is soot?
So soot is the black material that comes out of the end of the gun.
Okay. And that is something that you can use to make a distance determination between the person and the muzzle of the gun, right?
We can estimate, yes.
Okay. And that's usually for soot about, what, 4 feet? 4 or more, 4 feet
For
soot.
For soot to be around the wound, as
Yes.
you're asking? It would have to be a close range gunshot wound, which means inches, close or inches. For
So-
soot to be around the wound.
Okay. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead of you. This is the 4 feet stippling.
No.
Now, tell me which one is the 4 feet.
So if there's lack of soot and if there's lack of stippling, then from measurements and previous studies, then we can say that the gunshot wound is indeterminate or distant, and we have to be sure with indeterminate that there was nothing blocking the soot from getting onto the body. And if we exclude that, then we say distant, and that means that from when the gun was fired to hitting the body, there was 3 feet or greater distance between.
So the 3 feet or greater, that's the indeterminate.
Yes.
And that determination, 3, 4 feet, whatever, it also depends on what type of weapon is being used.
That's correct.
Right? So if you have soot, stippling, muzzle imprint, you're within that 3 foot.
Right. And to your point, the only way to know exactly is to actually test fire the gun with the ammunition that was used, and we would know specifically, accurately what it would be.
And the muzzle imprint, that would be an actual contact wound.
That's
right?
correct.
And none of those things were present here.
That's correct.
So the indications by what you saw is that the muzzle of the gun was 3 feet or more away from Mr. Perry.
That's correct.
The 2 graze wounds that you indicated, I wanted to talk to you about those briefly, okay? Typically, particularly with the position of the graze wounds, those do not necessarily indicate separate shots, right?
That's correct.
Especially that one on the right side,
Yes.
it is most likely a graze wound of one of the entrance or entrance.
Yeah, I can't say most likely, but it's a possibility that
It's consistent with that.
it could be from one of the entrances on the abdomen.
Okay, and then on direct, you were discussing whether any of these on their own would have been fatal.
Yes.
And I'm trying to make sure I heard you correctly. You indicated that the head wound and one of the abdominal wounds, I thought you said could have been fatal on their own.
So the head wound and the abdominal wounds, because they were grouped together as a cluster because they commingled, all of those would have been fatal. The one on the buttock, in my opinion, would not have been fatal.
Okay, and the one of the abdomen ones that was pretty shallow.
Well, no, they all entered into the abdominal cavity. So
There were 3 in the abdomen, right?
that's correct.
I thought you indicated 2 of the ones, I thought you said 2 of the abdominal shots could have been fatal, one of them no.
No, all 3 could have been, because they all entered into the abdominal cavity, all caused injuries that in the intestine and the liver and the kidney. So they all 3 caused the injuries inside.
Are all of those necessarily fatal?
Because I couldn't tell this bullet hit this specifically, this bullet hit that one specifically, then I couldn't say that, these 2 didn't, these 2, that's why they're grouped together, because when they got inside the body, they
Okay,
kind
I
of.
understand what you're saying a little bit better now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm.
Excuse me. A wound to the kidney is not necessarily fatal, right?
In this instance, it is because it made the kidney go into 2 halves.
Okay.
That now you do have another kidney, but the bleeding from that, having one of your kidney being 2 halves, is pretty devastating.
And this is a question I don't know the answer to.
Right.
On with these injuries, would, prompt and appropriate medical attention, could that make it not fatal? Is it fatal just because of the injury, or is it fatal untreated?
So he did have medical attention and did have attempted surgery because there were some surgery inside of his intestine, and they weren't able to revive him from that.
But you were able to tell that they did try
Yes.
medical intervention?
They definitely.
Which would indicate when he got to the hospital, he was alive?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing about your assessment can go to intent or type of homicide, right?
That's correct.
That's all I have.
No question.
We are at a good stopping point for the day. So I'm going to excuse you for the day. I'm going to say my speech, my regular speech. We're still not ready to discuss the case, okay? So we're going to show you excuse for the day. We're going to come back in the morning, get a good night's rest, enjoy dinner, and we'll see you back tomorrow.
Jurors, be sure to leave your pads in the chair for me.
We'll come back in the morning at 9:30. I do have to do some arraignment, so when we take a break, I have to take care of those. But we'll come back in the morning at 9:30, and then you only have one more witness.
I only have one more witness, Judge.
One more witness, and so Vince has the group have that ready tomorrow morning as well.
Yes, Your Honor. We do anticipate proof. We anticipate 3 to 4 witnesses.
Okay. All right, so I will adjourn court for today. I'll see you in the morning.
All rise. Court's adjourned tomorrow morning, 9:30 for trial.